Association Limited. I request all our delegates to kindly complete the registration formalities and take their seats. We will commence the inaugural session in just about few minutes now. And in the interest of the gathering, I request you all to kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you. We request the delegates who've registered to please come inside the conference hall. I request all the delegates who are outside to please come inside the hall. We're just about to begin the session now. Thanks to all the delegates who've come in from the corridor. We are about to begin the session. Thank you for coming in large numbers. We're just about to begin the session. Please come in. Kindly request all the delegates who are out there in the corridor and near the stalls to please come inside. We're just about to begin the session now. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to each one of you here. Cotton industry has evolved beyond manufacturing of products to an industry that's part of the very economic and social fabric of the nation. And today's challenge is also beyond production and price. It's about sustainability, technology, and the future itself. And that calls for this 2026 conference theme, Cotton, the Sustainable Fiber of the Future. We begin as the luminaries come up to the dais. I request the organizers to escort the luminaries. We have Shri Tulasidaran Sir, President ICF, will now come to the dais along with Shri Mukul Tayal Sir, President ICAL. Our esteemed guest this evening, Shri Lalit Kumar Gupta, Chairman and Managing Director, Cotton Corporation of India. Shri Purnesh Gururani, Director, Fabric, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. Shri Ashwin Chandran, Chairman, City. Dr. K.V. Srinivasan, Managing Director, Premium Mills, and followed by Shri Nishant Asher, Secretary of Indian Cotton Federation. Let's give them a big round of applause as the luminaries come up to the dais. Thank you so much. It's a profound Indian tradition to seek light for clarity, wisdom, and direction Before we begin an important journey, may I invite our dignitaries to kindly come forward for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. Lighting of the lamp. May I request the dignitaries to come forward to light the lamp. May I request the dignitaries to come forward to light the lamp. Please step. Seek light for clarity, wisdom, and direction.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
May this light illuminate new ideas, meaningful conversations, and a sustainable path forward for cotton. I request the President to honor the esteemed guest on the dais with a traditional stole as a token of our respect and appreciation. The President will now honor the esteemed guests on the dais with a traditional stole as a token of our respect and appreciation. Your applause is much appreciated. Thank you. I now invite Shri J. Tulasidaran Sir, President, Indian Cotton Federation, to formally welcome this gathering.
Good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the 7th Biennial All India Cotton Conference, jointly organized by Indian Cotton Federation and Indian Cotton Association Limited. I extend a warm welcome to our chief guest, Sri Lalit Kumar Gupta, Chairman and Managing Director of Cotton Corporation of India. A special welcome to our guest of honor, Dr. K.V. Srinivasan, Managing Director, Premier Mills, past President ITMF, and past Chairman of SIMA, Citra and Texprosil. I am equally delighted to welcome Mr. Ashwin Chandran, Chairman City and past Chairman SIMA, Dr. Sundar Raman, Chairman SIMA CDRA and past Chairman SIMA, Mr. Vinay Kotak, President of Cotton Association of India, Mr. Sivaraj, MD Sivaraj Spinning Mills and Vice Chairman SIMA, Mr. Prunesh Gurani, Director at the Ministry of Textiles. We are honored to have with us the presidents and chairmen of various industry associations, industry leaders, colleagues from the textile value chain, farmers, machinery manufacturers, and delegates. On behalf of Indian Cotton Federation and Indian Cotton Association Limited, we extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you who has traveled from across India and around the world to join us today. The presence of such a diverse gathering reflects the importance of cotton to our industry and, more importantly, to the future of Indian textiles. Our theme for this year, Cotton Sustainable Fiber of the Future, is both timely and significant. Cotton is not merely a commodity. It is the foundation of a vast ecosystem that connects the farmer in the field to the ginner, trader, spinner, textile manufacturer, garment producer, and ultimately the consumer. It supports millions of livelihoods and remains at the heart of India's textile economy. But the cotton industry today stands at an important crossroad. We are witnessing rapid change in global consumption pattern, increasing emphasis on sustainability and traceability, technological transformation, changing climate conditions, evolving trade policies, and growing competition from man-made fibers. At the same time, there are tremendous opportunities before us. India is uniquely positioned to play a much larger role in the global cotton and textile economy. We have the farmers, the raw material, a large and sophisticated textile industry, manufacturing capabilities, and a growing domestic market. What we need is greater collaboration across the entire value chain. The future of cotton cannot be shaped by one segment alone. Farmers need better productivity, improved technology, and remunerative returns. Ginners need quality and efficiency. Spinners and textile manufacturers need consistency and competitiveness. Traders need transparent market and predictable policies. And consumers increasingly want to know where their fiber comes from and how responsibly it has been produced. This makes quality, sustainability, and provenance centered to the future of Indian cotton. The Indian Cotton Federation and Indian Cotton Association Limited has always believed in bringing the different stakeholders of cotton value chain onto one common platform. This conference is an extension of that philosophy. We will discuss the cotton crop outlook, global demand and supply market dynamics, technology, sustainability, spinning policy, and the opportunity that lie ahead for Indian cotton. I am particularly pleased that this conference brings together stakeholders who may sometimes sit on different sides of the value chain, but who share one common interest, the long-term strength and competitiveness of cotton. Our discussion should therefore go beyond simply understanding the present. They should help us ask the more important question. What must we do today to ensure that Indian cotton remains relevant, competitive, and sustainable for the next generation? We believe that the answer lies in the collaboration, innovation, and willingness to adapt. We must embrace technology without losing sight of the farmer. We must pursue sustainability without compromising competitiveness. And we must strengthen the India's position in global market while building a strong domestic cotton ecosystem. I am confident that the conversation over today and tomorrow will generate not only ideas but also meaningful dialogue and actionable outcomes. I would like to place on record our sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, and the various government institutions and industry bodies for their continued engagement with the cotton and textile sector. I also thank our speakers, sponsors, partners, delegates, and the entire organizing team whose efforts have made this conference possible. And to all our kind friends from the cotton and textile fraternity, thank you for your continued support to the Indian Cotton Federation and Indian Cotton Association Limited. I hope this conference provides you with valuable insight, new perspectives, and equally importantly, opportunities to reconnect with old friends and build new relationships. I warmly welcome you all to Coimbatore and to the 7th Biennial All India Cotton Conference 2026. Let us come together to strengthen cotton, strengthen Indian textiles, and secure a sustainable future for this remarkable fiber. I wish you all a very productive, engaging, and memorable conference. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. An announcement to all the delegates in the House. We'll follow the rule of the Legislative Assembly of Tamil Nadu. When somebody at the dais is standing to talk, the delegates in the hall will sit without talking. May I request all those who are standing to please take your seats? Kindly take your seats, especially those in the fag end of the hall. To take us through the purpose of this conference, I now invite Shri Nishant Asher, Honorary Secretary, Indian Cotton Federation. Thanks for the silence.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After the wonderful welcome from our President, Shri J. Tulsidaran, it is my privilege to spend a few minutes telling you why we are here today, what this conference represents, and what we hope to achieve over the next 2 days. The theme of this conference is Cotton, the Sustainable Fiber of the Future. It is a simple statement, but behind it lies a very important question. What does the future of cotton look like, and what do we need to do today to ensure that cotton remains relevant, competitive, and sustainable tomorrow? This is what we hope to explore over the next 2 days. The Indian cotton industry, as you all know, is very unique. We have millions of farmers growing cotton, thousands of ginners, one of the world's largest spinning industry, many agents, traders, textile manufacturers, machinery companies, brands, and an enormous domestic consumption market. We have almost the entire cotton to textile value chain within our country, and yet we face significant challenges: productivity, quality, contamination, price volatility, climate change, sustainability, traceability, and increasing global competition. These challenges don't belong to any one segment. They belong to all of us. And that is why the Indian Cotton Federation believes in creating a platform where the entire cotton value chain can come together to listen, to debate, to exchange ideas, and more importantly, find practical solutions. If you have seen the program, and I'm sure most of you have, you will see that we have deliberately tried to cover the cotton value chain from farm to fashion and from India to the global market. We will talk about, over the next 1.5 days, global cotton demand and supply and what is driving prices. We will look at the future of spinning and what spinning mills need to do to survive, sustain, and succeed. The panel will be headed by the chairman of Citi. So looking forward to seeing all of you tomorrow there. We will also discuss Africa's cotton supply chain and its potential alignment with India's growing textile industry. This panel will be headed by Shri Ibrahim Malum, who's here all the way from Chad. He's the DG of Cotton Chad. We will explore cotton provenance and how origin stories can become a very powerful marketing asset for Indian cotton. This session will be headed by the head of Calvin Klein and PVH. This will be a very interesting session as well. We will discuss India's emerging global textile power. This session will be led by the team from COFCO. And tomorrow we will come back also to the very foundation of our industry, the farmer and the crop, with a very important discussion on the 26-27 crop prospects. In addition, we will also be looking at digital product passports, sustainable cotton, artificial intelligence, and the role of technology. So this is not just a conference about cotton, it is a conference about the entire ecosystem around cotton. One thing I strongly believe is we sometimes look at cotton in compartments. The farmer looks at the crop, the ginner looks at the bale, the trader looks at the market, the spinner looks at fiber characteristics, the textile manufacturer looks at yarn and fabric, and the brand looks at the final consumer. And the brand, but the consumer sees none of these compartments within our industry. The consumer only sees the final product, and increasingly the consumer wants to know the story behind that product. Where did the cotton come from? How it was grown? How it was processed? Was it responsibly produced? Can it be traced? This is where I believe India has a tremendous potential. We have a story to tell, but the story needs to be told better. The cotton industry we knew 10 or 20 years ago is not going to be the industry we have 10 years from now. Technology is changing, artificial intelligence is changing the way markets are analyzed, automation is changing manufacturing, digitalization is changing trade, climate change is changing agriculture, and sustainability is changing what consumers and global brands expect from us. We cannot stop these changes, but we must adapt to them. This is why we have deliberately included subjects such as AI-driven cotton insights, digital product passports, sustainable cotton, provenance, and the future of spinning in this conference. They all point in the same direction. The cotton industry of the future has to be smarter, more transparent, more efficient, and more sustainable as well. Coming to the role of the ICF, this is also a very important moment for the Indian Cotton Federation. The strength of the ICF is in bringing together different stakeholders of the cotton industry onto one platform. Farmers, ginners, traders, spinners, agents, manufacturers, machinery manufacturers, the government, and the wider cotton ecosystem. Our role is not simply to speak for one segment. Our strength is in bringing everybody together, because sometimes the solution to one segment's problem lies in understanding the perspectives of another. And if this conference can create those conversations, then it has served its purpose. A conference of this scale would not be possible without the support of our sponsors and partners. I would like to sincerely thank our title partner, LMW, for their continued support of the Indian cotton industry and the Indian Cotton Federation. Ever since I've been attending these conferences, I know LMW has been the title sponsor always, so thank you. Our diamond sponsors, Olam Agri, Amit Cod Fiber, and COFCO International. Our gold sponsors, Reinhardt, Louis Dreyfus Company, KPR, and Tile Sons Private Limited. And our silver sponsors, Lakshmi Mills, Saima, who's also a very dear organization to us, Cotton USA, Jayesh Cotton, and Nestling. To every one of you, thank you for believing in this conference and for supporting the cotton industry. We truly value your partnership. And now I would like to acknowledge something that is very close to my heart. A conference of this scale does not happen because of one or two people. What you see here is the result of months of planning, coordination, follow-ups, and an enormous amount of work behind the scenes. I would like to sincerely thank all the committee heads and every single member of the organizing committee. Each committee has its own responsibilities, challenges, and deadlines, yet all of you worked tirelessly to make sure every detail comes together. Many of you, the things you did would not be noticed by the delegates, but we know. The meetings, the phone calls, the follow-ups, the last-minute changes, the endless messages, and the problems that had to be solved quietly in the background. This conference is a reflection of your effort. I want to personally thank every committee member and every member of the organizing committee for your commitment, patience, and perseverance. This is your conference too. I would also like to acknowledge our President, Shri J. Tulsidharan, for his leadership and guidance. Thank you, sir. Shri P. Nataraj for his support and direction, and our conference organizing secretary, Shri Karan Raija, along with the entire leadership and coordinating team. And to everyone at ICF and ICAL who has contributed in big and small ways, thank you. We have an excellent lineup of speakers, panelists, and industry leaders over the next 2 days. But I have one request from all of you. Please don't just listen. Participate in the proceedings. Ask questions, challenge assumptions, share your experiences, tell us what isn't working and what is. Because the Indian cotton industry does not need another event where we simply listen to speeches, have dinner, a few drinks, and then go home. We need a platform where ideas are exchanged and where those ideas can eventually translate into action. This is our ambition for this conference. Ultimately, the future of cotton will not be decided by one farmer, one trader, one mill, or one policy. It will be shaped together by all of us. If we want cotton to remain the fiber of choice, we have to make it competitive. If we want cotton to be sustainable, we have to make the entire cotton value chain sustainable. If we want Indian cotton to have a stronger place in the global textile industry, we need to build an ecosystem that the world can trust. So over the next 2 days, let us have these open conversations. Let us honestly look at both our opportunities and our challenges. Let us ask ourselves one fundamental question. What can each one of us do to ensure that cotton remains not just a fiber of today, but truly the sustainable fiber of the future? I hope when we leave Coimbatore tomorrow evening, each of us takes back not just a few business cards and a few ideas, but perhaps one new thought, one new relationship, and one new opportunity for Indian cotton. Thank you once again to all our distinguished guests, our sponsors, our organizing committees, and every one of you who has traveled from far to be a part of this conference. This conference is now yours. I wish all of you 2 days of productive discussions, meaningful conversations, new partnerships, and hopefully some great business as well. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Secretary, ICF. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the purpose is clear and the stage is set. There's a difference between success and significance. Success tells us what a person has achieved. Significance tells us what changed because that person was there. This evening, we have the privilege of honoring 6 distinguished personalities with Lifetime Achievement Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, our first honoree this evening is a man whose name commands respect, trust, and admiration across the textile fraternity. A gentleman of quiet strength, impeccable values, and remarkable business wisdom. He represents a generation of entrepreneurs who built their reputation through credibility, relationships, and character. It's my privilege to present a highly respected figure in Indian industry, Shri Suresh Kumar Tayal of Raj Rajeshwar Cotton Private Limited. Let's put our hands together as Sir steps forward to receive the Lifetime Achievement Award of the Indian Cotton Federation. Bigger round of applause to Shri Suresh Kumar Tayal, Sir, of Raj Rajeshwar Cotton Private Limited. Okay, he'll be joining us shortly. Our next honoree is someone with a humble beginning to become a respected force in India's cotton industry. His journey is a powerful testimony to what determination and integrity can build over a lifetime. Indian Cotton Federation takes immense pride in celebrating an inspiring entrepreneur, industry leader, and institutional builder. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, please welcome Shri Ramesh Kakirala of Kaveri Ginning Mills Private Limited to the stage to receive this prestigious honor. I also request Shri Mahesh Sharda to please step forward to read the citation. We have our chief guest handing over the award along with the president to Shri Ramesh Kakirala. A bigger round of applause, please. That's a Lifetime Achievement Award for magnificent contribution. The citation is being read by Shri Mahesh Sharda, sir.
Shri Ramesh Kakirala is an eminent entrepreneur, visionary industrialist, and a respected leader in India's cotton industry. With over 4 decades of experience in cotton trading, ginning, exports and imports. Born on 15 August 1965 in rural Telangana, his journey from humble beginnings to building a 1,500 crore enterprise is a remarkable story of resilience, determination, and ethical leadership. At 18, with a modest loan of 2,300 rupees, he began his entrepreneurial journey with a small kirana store and entered into the cotton trade in 1987. He founded Kaveri Cotton Traders in 1996 and Kaveri Cotton Ginning Mills in 2008. laying the foundation for the Kaveri Group today, India's leading cotton ginning and exporting groups with 9 state-of-the-art ginning units. His wife, Mrs. Sujana Kakirala, and his children, Akhil Kakirala and Akhila Kakirala, have been closely associated with the business, carrying forward the family vision and values. As General Secretary of the Telangana Cotton Association, he has made significant contributions to strengthening India's cotton industry. He has also been a founder member of the International Vaish Federation and Vice Chairman of Vasavi Hospital and Vasavi Hostel. His contributions to education, community welfare, and access to clean drinking water reflect his enduring commitment to the society. His life exemplifies entrepreneurship, integrity, compassion, and nation building. His achievements and values make him a true role model for generation. Personally, I've known him for past 15 years. He's a gem of a person. Applause for him.
A round of applause, and I request the dignitaries to please step forward and be along with the awardee. Shri Kakirala Ramesh sir, please share a few words on your Lifetime Achievement Awards that you've just received.
Respected dignitaries, friends, and member of the cotton industry, it is great honor and a deeply emotional moment for me to receive this Lifetime Achievement Award. When I started my journey, I had very little, but had a dream, the courage to work hard, and the determination to never give up. Over the year, I have learned that success is not journey about how far you go, but how many people you take along with you. I am grateful to my family, my team, my business partners, and all the people who have supported me together this journey. This award belongs to all of you. To the younger generation, my message is simple. Dream big, start small, work hard, stay honest, and never give up. Your beginning does not decide your destination. I accept this award with gratitude and with a commitment to continue giving back and inspiring the next generation. Thank you for this honor. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Shri Suresh Kumar Dayal sir. That's truly impeccable values and wisdom. We have our first honoree. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Shri Suresh Kumar sir join us now, and I take pleasure to invite him to come and receive this honor. He is a man whose name commands respect, trust, and admiration across the textile fraternity, a gentleman of quiet strength, impeccable values, and remarkable business wisdom. He represents a generation of entrepreneurs who build their reputation through credibility, relationship, and character. It's my privilege to present a highly respected figure in Indian industry. Let's put our hands together to welcome Shri Suresh Kumar Dayal of Rajrajeshwar Cotton Private Limited. May we have you, sir? Let's put our hands together to welcome Shri Suresh Kumar Dayal of Raj Rajeshwar Cotton Private Limited. Be honored to have the presence of family by his side at this beautiful moment of accomplishment. Truly appreciate your applause. The citation would be now
Shri Suresh Kumarji Tayal, promoter of Shri Rajeshwar Cotton Private Limited, is one of the most respected and accomplished personalities in the Indian cotton and textile industry. For more than 5 decades, he has made outstanding contribution to growth, modernization and advancement of India's cotton sector through his visionary leadership, unwavering integrity and steadfast commitment to excellence. Beginning his professional journey as a raw cotton broker, Shri Tayal acquired deep expertise in cotton markets, fiber quality, and the textile value chain. And in the mid-1980s, he entered the cotton ginning industry and transformed a modest enterprise into Shri Rajeshwar Cotton Private Limited. Raj Rajeshwar Cotton Private Limited, an organization widely respected for its uncompromising standards of quality, credibility, and operational excellence. A visionary with a progressive outlook, Shri Tayal successfully blended traditional business values with modern technology and adopting advanced machinery, scientific processing and methods, and contemporary management practices. These initiatives strengthened his own organization and inspired many others in the cotton industry to modernize their operations and enhance their global competitiveness. His foresight and commitment to innovation has left a lasting impact on the industry. Beyond his business achievements, Shri Suresh Kumarji Tayal is widely admired as a mentor, guide, and source of inspiration to entrepreneurs and industry professionals. He has generously shared his knowledge and experience while consistently upholding the highest standards and ethical business practices, fair labor policies, and environmental sustainability. His leadership exemplifies integrity, responsibility, and dedicated service to both industry and society. At the youthful age of 70, Shri Suresh Kumar Tayal continues to inspire colleagues and the next generation of entrepreneurs, and his journey, vision, and enduring passion for the cotton and textile industry, his life and career stand as a shining example of visionary leadership, ethical entrepreneurship, and dedicated service to the nation. In recognition of his exceptional contributions to the Indian cotton and textile industry, his unwavering commitment to innovation, quality, ethical business practices, and his enduring service to the cotton fraternity, the Indian Cotton Federation is proud to confer upon Shri Suresh Kumarji Tayal this prestigious honor. A round loud applause.
May I request Sri Suresh Kumar Tayal, sir, to please say a few words acknowledging the honor bestowed on him.
वड़क्कम, नमस्ते। सबसे पहले मैं ICF का धन्यवाद देता हूं। उन्होंने मुझे अवार्ड देने का जो गौरवान्वित किया है, यह उनकी सहायता और उनकी मेहनत से हमें यह लाभ लेने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है। यह अवार्ड मुझे और मेरे परिवार को और भी मेहनत करने के लिए उत्साहित करेगा। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, sir. We now move on to the Lifetime Achievement Award to our third remarkable person here. For over 5 decades, Sri Perumal Swami sir has represented the courage to build, the resilience to endure, and the vision to keep moving forward. At a young, ripe 80, his passion for enterprises remained undiminished. Tonight we celebrate not merely a successful businessman, but a true veteran of India's cotton fraternity, whose journey commands our admiration and respect. With a rousing round of applause, that is Sri A. Perumal Swami sir of Sri TP Textiles Private Limited, receiving the Indian Cotton Federation's Lifetime Achievement Award. The citation would be read by Sri Atul Asha.
Sri A. Perumal Swami is a distinguished entrepreneur and one of the pioneering figures in the Indian cotton industry, whose remarkable career spans more than 5 decades. Born in 1946 in a village of Karugulam near Rajapalayam, he rose from humble beginnings to become a respected leader in cotton trading, ginning, spinning, and exports. His journey reflects vision, perseverance, entrepreneurial spirit, and unwavering commitment to the growth of the Indian cotton sector. After completing his school in his native village, the Perumal Swami earned his diploma in LTM from PSG College of Technology, Coimbatore. He began his career as a trainee at Palniyandavar Mills, later serving as an assistant weaving master at Bini Mills, Chennai, and Sri Villipudur Cooperative Spinning Mill. During the period, he also established bearing business and a weaving unit, exporting fabric to international markets. In 1974, he joined his father-in-law's cotton and chili commission mandi, marking the beginning of his lifetime association with the cotton trade. He ventured into cotton ginning and supplied quality cotton to leading mills across India. Anticipating the growing demand of cotton in Tamil Nadu, he expanded operations in Andhra Pradesh in 1975, establishing ginning factories and procurement network across major cotton producing regions. His enterprise also extended to cotton exports to Bangladesh and Myanmar, while facilitating cotton imports to meet the needs of the Indian cotton mills. In 1995, Mr. Perumal Swami founded TP Textiles Private Limited, who today operates approximately 56,000 buildings, producing 100% cotton yarn. Even at the age of 80, he continues to be actively involved in business, inspiring in the industry through his energy, foresight, and dedication. A visionary with a strong social outlook, Sri A. Perumal Swami has earned widespread respect for his entrepreneurial achievements, ethnic values, and enduring contributions to the Indian cotton industry. His life work exemplifies leadership, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to advancing the cotton value chain. In recognition of this of his pioneering contribution to cotton trading, ginning, spinning, exports, and his lifelong service to the Indian cotton industry. The Indian Cotton Federation is proud to confirm upon Mr. A. Perumal Swamy this prestigious honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the citation would now be, may I request the people on the dignitaries on the dais to please step forward to be along with the awardee Perumal sir. A request to all the dignitaries, chief guests, to please step forward to be along with the Lifetime Achievement Award winner in the front. It's an honor for the awardee to be standing along with all of you. Sir.
I am honored and humbled to receive this Lifetime Achievement Award by ICF. I sincerely thank the organizers and the distinguished members of the industry for considering me worthy of this precious honor. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to my friend Mr. V. Ramakrishnan, Chairman of Sanmupriya Textiles, and Theni Renuga Textiles family for their conditional support, which has been the foundation of this journey. I thank all my business associates, friends, and my family for their constant support. Thank you all for your presence on this occasion.
Thank you very much, sir. So your family is here to appreciate and congratulate you. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. சென்டர் ஸ்டேஜுக்கு வந்துருங்க சார். சென்டர் ஸ்டேஜுக்கு வந்துக்கோங்க. வாங்க. Thank you very much, sir.
I am Professor of Orthopedics, retired Coimbatore Medical College. He was my high school classmate.
Oh,
Since then, I know him. He is a very shrewd and active man. I like him a lot. That's why I have come here.
thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Appreciate.
And he has
நானும் பெருமாள் சாமியும் ஸ்கூலில் படித்தோம். டாக்டர் ஞான்ராஜ் எல்லாமே அவங்க மதரே எனக்கு சொந்தங்க. ஆமாம், இந்த காட்டன் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸில் வந்து நானும் வந்து டெக்ஸ்டைல் மில்லெல்லாம் இருந்து ஜெனரல் மேனேஜர், எம்டி எல்லாம் கோஆப்டிவ் மில்லாம் எம்டி சேர்மன்லாம் இருந்தோம். அதெல்லாம் ஆனால் எங்கள் ஏரியாவில் இருக்கவங்க எல்லாருமே காட்டன் மில்லாம் எல்லாம் வந்து கஷ்டப்பட்டு எல்லாம் ஒன்றும் இல்லாமல் ஆயிட்டாங்க. ஆனால் அதுக்கெல்லாம் வந்து ஒரு விதிவிலக்கா வந்து பெருமாள் சாமி வந்து காட்டன்லாம் இப்படி தான் செய்யணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு அவ்வளவு ஒரு மெர்ச்சன்ட்ஸ் விட்டுட்டு எல்லாம் நல்ல பேர் எடுத்து எந்த ஒரு காட்டன் வாங்குகிற பையர்ஸ் விட்ட ஈவன் மில்லு லாஸ் ஆனாவோட தன்னுடைய சொந்த காசை கொடுத்துட்டு குண்டூர்லேயே ஒரு நல்ல பேர் எடுத்துட்டு இந்தியாவிலே லார்ஜஸ்ட் டேர்ன் ஓவர் பண்ணுற ஒரு நண்பர் எங்கள் ஸ்கூல்மேட்டுங்க.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate your words. Thank you. A kind attention to the dignitaries on the dais. May I have the attention of the dignitaries on the dais? Since we'll be having the group photo also, it is really an honor if all of you could step forward and be along with the awardee. It's an honor, truly an honor for the Lifetime Achievement Award, and I request you all to please step forward and stand with him as the citation is being read. Thank you so much. We just are left with 2 more Lifetime Achievement Award. Okay. We have 3 more, sorry. We're moving on to the next awardee. We take great pride to introduce this gentleman whose journey reflects quiet leadership and the trust earned over a lifetime. Shri A.R. Appasamy sir, a man of immense experience, sound judgment, and uncompromising integrity. He has earned something far more valuable than recognition: the confidence and respect of an entire industry. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our privilege to celebrate a true veteran, a trusted name, and a gentleman of the cotton fraternity. Let's welcome Shri A. Ramalinga Appasamy sir of Messrs. A.R. Appasamy to receive this prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award. The citation will now be read by Shri Atul Asher sir on behalf of Indian Cotton Federation. Over to Atul sir.
Shri A.R. Appasamy is a highly respected veteran of the Indian cotton industry whose distinguished career spans more than 4 decades. Renowned for his expertise in cotton procurement, quality enhancement, and supply chain development, he has made significant contributions to strengthening the Indian cotton ecosystem through his professionalism, technical knowledge, and unwavering commitment to excellence. Shri Appasamy began his career in the cotton trade at the age of 25 in the early 1980s as a cotton commission agent. During his formative years, he sold premium cotton quality from Tamil Nadu, Andhra, and Karnataka for Lakshmi Mills. His deep understanding of cotton quality, ethnic business practices, and dependable approach earned him the confidence and respect of farmers, traders, ginners, and the textile mills alike. Recognizing the growing importance of the cotton producing regions of the central and western India, Shri Appasamy played a pioneer role in the expanding procurement network beyond traditional markets. In the mid-90s, he became one of the first cotton commission agents to establish dedicated cotton port procurement offices in Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, and Maharashtra. These initiatives strengthened direct procurement channels, improved operational efficiency, and fostered closer collaboration between cotton growers, ginnings, and spinning mills. In the early 2000, working with the leading textile manufacturers, including premium mills, pre-cot, and super spinning mills, Shri Appasamy championed several quality improvements initiatives to the cotton value chain. He promoted the replacement of the traditional jute bale covering with cotton bale covering, reduced fiber contamination, and improved cotton handling practices. He also encouraged best practices in cotton harvesting, ginning, pressing, storage, transportation, and thereby enhancing the fiber quality and supporting the evolving needs of the Indian spinning industry. Throughout his illustrious character, Sri A.R. Appasamy has been admired for his technical expertise, integrity, and ability to build growing relationship across every segment of the cotton value chain. His pioneering efforts have significantly improved cotton quality, strengthened procurement system, and enhanced the competitiveness of the Indian cotton industry. In recognition of his pioneering contribution to the cotton procurement, quality improvements, and the advancement of cotton industry, the Indian Cotton Federation is proud to confer upon Sri A.R. Appasamy this prestigious honor. Thank you.
The citation to be handed over to Appasamy sir. Thank you very much. May I request Sri A. Ramalinga Appasamy sir to please say a few words acknowledging the honor bestowed on him.
Good evening, everyone. I am deeply honored to receive this Business Leader Award from the Indian Cotton Federation. My thanks to President Sri J. Duristhiran and everyone here today. This award isn't mine alone. It belongs to every farmer, traders, ginner, spinning mill, and colleague who trusted and worked with me along with the way, and to my family who stood by me throughout it all. Thank you for this recognition. I remain committed to the growth of Indian cotton industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. A brilliant round of applause, please, the audience. Thank you very much, sir. Now, we move on to the fifth awardee. Some leaders build businesses, but few build legacies that inspire generations. A man whose journey reflects vision, relationships, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to the cotton fraternity. He is a true representation of the finest spirit of an enterprise, presenting the man we celebrate as a truly deserving industry stalwart, Sri Rakesh Rathi of Kamal Cotton Traders Private Limited. Let's welcome Sir with a huge round of applause to receive this prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award. Tulasidaran sir will now read the citation. And the dignitaries on the dais, please stand along with the awardee. Let him not be left alone. Thank you.
Sri Rakesh Rathi, born on 14 September in Abohar, Punjab, is a distinguished entrepreneur and one of India's respectable leader in cotton and textile industry. He graduated with BCom Honours and MCom degrees from Punjab University, Chandigarh, laying a strong academic foundation for his successful business career. In 1984, Sri Rathi joined his family cotton trading business, where he played a pivotal role in expanding its operations, with Tamil Nadu emerging as its principal market. Over the years, he has been actively involved in the cotton, yarn, and textile trade, making significant contribution to the growth and diversification of the family enterprise. He got married on 18 November 1986 and is blessed with a son. Today, the family business has evolved into a diversified business group with interests in cotton and yarn trading, spinning mill in Gujarat, natural stone and granite stone processing units in Hosur, Tamil Nadu, and publication business based in Gurugram. Beyond his entrepreneurial accomplishments, Sri Rathi has remained deeply committed to the advancement of the cotton industry and to social service. He has served as Director of Indian Cotton Federation and is past President of Indian Cotton Association Limited. He is also an active member of the Maheshwari Mahasabha, contributing to a wide range of community welfare and social initiatives. With over 4 decades of experience, Sri Rathi is widely recognized for his leadership, business acumen, and unwavering commitment to the sustainable growth of India's cotton and textile sector. His professional journey reflects a valuable blend of entrepreneurial vision, ethical business practice, and dedicated service for both industry and society. His services to the cotton community have been exemplary and have earned him the admiration and respect of his peers. Sri Rakesh Rathi exemplifies the values of integrity, enterprise, and public service. His enduring contribution to the cotton industries and his commitment to the community development makes him a deserving recipient of this prestigious honor.
A bigger round of applause once again to Sri Rakesh Rathi, sir. So that's Rakesh Rathi, sir, with his acceptance speech.
Dear Tulsidharan ji, Gupta ji, Srinivasan ji, Ashwin Chandrajan ji, Mukul ji, Nishan ji, ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply honored and humbled to receive this Lifetime Achievement Award. It is particularly pleasant coincidence that I am being honored here in Coimbatore, the very city where I started my career in cotton business way back in 1984. The South has always been a great source of inspiration for me. I have always admired the entrepreneurs here being adventurous, straightforward, technically and commercially sound, while maintaining a humble and low-profile approach. I sincerely thank the entire team headed by Shri Tulsidharan ji for this honor and recognition. I assure the cotton fraternity that I will continue to make sincere efforts to contribute to the best of my ability and experience. Once again, my heartfelt thanks to all of you for this memorable honors. Jai Hind, stay committed.
Thank you very much, sir. When 500,000 spindles stand behind one man's vision, you know you are celebrating no ordinary entrepreneurial journey. From Dindakal to Tirupur, he has built not merely an enterprise, but one of South India's formidable textile powerhouses, an extraordinary journey of scale, integration, and sustained excellence. Tonight, we celebrate the man behind that magnificent legacy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Shri C. Kandasamy sir of Shri Shanmuga Vale Mills Private Limited to receive this prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award. Bigger round of applause, please. Shri Kandasamy sir of Shri Shanmuga Vale Mills Private Limited. Request the people on the dais to please step forward and be along with the awardee. Please step forward and be along with the awardee. Please be Kindly request the people on the dais to be along with the awardee while Tulsidaran sir is reading the citation. It's an honor for the awardee when you all are with him. Please. So whichever is comfortable for you, you can sit also.
Sri Kandasamy is an eminent industrialist and a visionary leader whose outstanding contribution has significantly strengthened India's cotton and textile industry. As a managing director and promoter of the Sri Shanmugavel Group of Mills, headquartered in Tirupur with major manufacturing facilities at Tadikombu, Dindigul, he has built one of South India's largest vertically integrated textile enterprises. Under his dynamic leadership, the SSM Group had established an impressive manufacturing base comprising approximately of 5 lakh spindles, 12,500 rotas, and state-of-art air-jet weaving and knitting facilities. The group is renowned for producing premium quality 100% cotton, compact, and polycotton yarns, along with knitted and woven fabrics that serve both domestic and international market. A firm believer in sustainable industrial growth, Sri Kandasamy Shanmugavel has championed renewable energy initiatives, leading the group to install more than 200 wind turbines with a generation capacity exceeding 170 megawatt, enabling the company to meet the majority of its energy requirements through clean and green power. In recognition of his exemplary leadership, entrepreneurial excellence, and unwavering commitment to the sustainability and remarkable contribution to the growth of cotton and textile industries, this prestigious honor is conferred upon him.
May I request Sri C. Kandasamy sir to please say a few words acknowledging the honor.
Atma Namaste to one and all present here. I always start with Atma Namaste because it's very much Indian, and Atma Namaste means the divinity in me salutes the same divinity in you, which means it's very Indian and it includes everyone present here. So with that beginning, I'm today speaking on behalf of my father. So there is a saying, if there is a multilingual person, and if you want to really find out his mother tongue, then you will have to wait till the night, and when he's very deeply sleeping, you startle him, the first word that comes out of his mouth will be his mother tongue. The same way, if I startle my father in the night, the first thing that comes out of his mouth will be cotton. I've seen him so many years, and I asked my father whether can I say something personal. He said, don't waste everybody's time, so talk something about business. Still parenting. So first thing, he gave me a small list to talk about. First thing is for the TCI, Lalit ji, aapke liye hai. Sir, you know very well that we fix the yarn price every month. It's very hard to sustain that price month on month, but it benefits the downstream industries to a very great extent. Same way, sir, if you can fix the price monthly once or once in 2 months, it's going to be very hard. But at least it will benefit the downstream industries, and it will
reduce the fear and commotion. Or at least I would say, if you can tell when you will fix the price again, like 1st, 15th, 20th, something like that, it will reduce the anxiety. So that's his first request. The second request is to keep the delivery time for 1 month for anybody, any number of bales. It will help the small industries, big industries, traders, everyone greatly. Next is for the ginners. He's been in business from 1959. So he came into business in 1959. And I'm representing SIMA also. And last time I spoke with Lalit Kumarji. We speak with many ministers. We speak this every year. But till now, we cannot come up with the exact data of what is the production in our country. Because we don't have that bale running number. Many people refuse to do it. And my request is that unless we do it at the root, it cannot be done. So my request to all ginners is, please put the bale running number. Let us have a transparent system. Let us at least know what's coming, so we will reduce the fear and anxiety. Because every day we think, one day is production is less, crop is less. After a week, you see the rains are there, the crop's going to be bumper. We don't know. Every day we cannot live in fear and anxiety. So at least let us be transparent and let us come up with the proper production data. It will help us all in a great extent. Then Father wanted to tell CCI, sir, that for all mill people and traders to have the same set of rules and regulations for everyone. I feel traders are very important in the business, because when CCI list comes in the WhatsApp, today's mill purchase, trader purchase, there is a clear distinction, trader and mill. But trader is very much needed for the mills. Without traders, we cannot operate. So everybody in the ecosystem is very much needed, and please treat everyone alike, sir. And of course, a lot of import sellers are here. We need import cotton. That is very much needed. We will need, with FTA coming in and everything, we are now globally, we have to be very competitive. So we will need the cotton from all over the world, and it has to be duty free. We are representing on behalf of SIMA also, and sir also knows we are trying very hard with the ministry to remove the cotton duty permanently. I hope it happens soon. The next point Father wanted to tell is that WhatsApp is a very powerful tool. We can use it in good way and any other way also. So if you open the WhatsApp, it's like Trump's Twitter every day. So one person is telling today market is at 70,000, the other person is telling 69, another person is coming telling 71,000. So many news every day filled. It fills the WhatsApp. So please don't send wrong messages. Please send only correct messages, so we can all do our business peacefully. The last point is, he said he came into business in 1959. Today we are in 2026. In the many number of years, he had never seen cotton shortage. So God is there. He will give us plenty of cotton, if not here, somewhere. So we don't have to be worried. We don't have to be in anxiety. There was never a cotton shortage, and we will all have enough cotton to run, to be successful, to take this generation even to greater heights. Thank you.
Thank you very
I
much,
take
sir.
this opportunity to thank the ICF team, organizing team, to confer my father with the award. It's a great honor for all of us. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. I request Shri C. Kandasamy, sir, to please be on the dais. And I request all our Lifetime Achievement Award recipient to kindly come on stage for a group photo. All the Lifetime Achievement Award recipients, please come for a group photo. Kandasamy, sir, will please be on the stage. I invite Suresh Dayal sir, Shri Ramesh Kakirala, Shri Rakesh Rathi, Shri A. Perumal Sami sir and Shri A. Ramalingappa Sami sir to please come on stage. We invite Suresh sir's family for a group photo. It's based on their request. They're not coming. After the photo, we're moving on to the next session. So we've just honored this evening. What we've honored by ICF is much more than individual achievement. It's a gesture of admiration and respect for all the generous contributions by the luminaries towards the nation building. Thank you, gentlemen. Your achievements are worthy of celebration. More importantly, your journey is worthy of learning from. Thank you. We're now moving on to the felicitations. Indian Cotton Association is fortunate to have associations and industry leaders who continue to represent, advocate, and work for the larger interest of the sector. We're privileged this evening to have with us several distinguished leaders representing associations. I now invite them for their felicitations. Let's begin with Shri Ashwin Chandran, Chairman of Citi, to please felicitate, sir.
Gupta ji, Gurrani ji, dignitaries on and off the dais, office bearers of the Indian Cotton Federation, office bearers of various cotton and textile associations from across the country, friends and colleagues, a very good evening to all of you. First of all, on behalf of the Confederation of Indian Textile Industry, I'd like to congratulate ICF for organizing the 7th edition of the biannual All India Cotton Conference, along with the Indian Cotton Association. Since its inception in 1978 as the South India Cotton Association, ICF has played a vital role in the cotton trade and in the textile industry. It is a unique organization in that its members encompass the entire value chain, from farm to fiber to factory to fashion. ICF does a lot of work to help foster better understanding and relationships between the farmers, the ginners, traders, the brokers, and the user industry. At a time when the relevance and importance of cotton as a sustainable raw material is being questioned, and at a juncture where cotton has lost significant market share to man-made fibers, it is up to us today, as the Indian cotton textile industry, to stand up for cotton and to re-emphasize its value as the preeminent, natural, eco-friendly, and comfortable fiber for the present and for the future. We also need to bust certain myths about the water-guzzling nature of cotton, the insecticide and fertilizer-intensive nature of cotton as a crop, and also the feeling, I don't think we should be competing with MMF in terms of recycling and circularity. Cotton is a natural fiber that decomposes quickly and sequesters carbon when it does. A cotton product can be reused or repurposed, but after its natural life, it's most likely to die a natural death and become a part of the environment in an eco-friendly way. That is not something that we should be concerned about or ashamed about, and it's not something that we should hear being told to our potential customers. So this is the message I think we all need to be shouting from the rooftops about cotton sustainability, about its eco-friendliness, and about it being a natural fiber that is for our times and for the future time. So I once again congratulate ICF for organizing this conference. I wish this conference all success, and I look forward to the discussions and deliberations over the next day and a half. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I request the President to please honor Shri Ashwin Chandran, sir. May I now invite Shri Durai Palniswamy, sir, Chairman SIMA, to please fill in his matter. May I now invite Dr. K. Venkatachalam, Chief Advisor of TASMA, to please felicitate. We move on and request Dr. K. S. Sundar Raman, sir, Chairman of SIMA CDRA, to please felicitate.
Respected Chief Guest, Mr. Gupta, Guest of Honor, Mr. Srinivasan, President, Secretary, ICF, sirs, distinguished awardees who are here, friends who are here, on behalf of the SIMA CDRA, I wish this function all success. Rarely do you see something that this is this grand, and my compliments to ICF for really putting together this beautiful two-day program. And rarely do you see a cotton conference where there are quite enough number of members, right from the winning industry to actually even forward industries making finished products. And that, I think, is a testimony not only of what ICF has done, but also of what India's potential is in terms of the cotton ecosystem. You would not be able to see this in Vietnam. You would not be able to see somewhere in one of our nearby competitors to convert cotton. Friends, the SIMA CDRA position is that the need of the hour is for higher productivity of cotton per acre. That is almost a panacea. The most of the competitive problems that we are seeing across, right from the pricing to the availability to the import cotton issues to everything, the single most important thing that the cotton fraternity has to look at is to increase the yield per acre. At the SIMA CDRA, we are actually spending a lot of time in working with great seeds creating sound agronomy practices and disseminating it. We are learning because you have to learn to then disseminate. And also use of supplementary technologies that increase the yield of this program. I'm sure the beneficiaries of this, in fact, people who are much more knowledgeable than me are sitting in this audience because you live with cotton day in, day out. Friends, the program that's been made is really commendable. I like the section on the branding part. Origin branding has the potential to be gold. And truly, if there are people that are branding water, like Evian and Volvic for thousands of rupees, if they can brand that, I'm sure we can brand cotton. The need of the hour in our industry, in our opinion, is to decommoditize cotton, to make it a perceivably higher value product, and as a whole, the entire cotton ecosystem, that everyone sitting here will benefit. I am sure that this can be done. It requires end-to-end coordination, a very stringent and transparency and consistency of governance over many years. If we are able to do that, I believe the Indian cotton industry, global cotton industry, is going to be a force to reckon with in many years to come. And whatever man-made fibers have the advantages they may possess, I'm sure they would not take the limelight out of cotton. I'm very confident. The deliberations here over the next couple of days would, I'm sure, greatly strengthen that mission of giving the future to cotton. The city chairman talked about sustainability, a very important issue, and many more issues. And it's also a way of the entire industry coming together. The SIMA CDRA, on behalf of the SIMA CDRA, I wish a wonderful success for this conference, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Please accept the honors from Tulasidaran, sir, the President, ICF. May I now request Shri R. Arun Karthik, President CISPA, to please felicitate.
A very good evening to our distinguished dignitaries, respected industry leaders, the organizer of this prestigious conference, our esteemed awardees, and all the members of this wonderful gathering. It is a pleasure and privilege to be here this evening in the midst of a fraternity that has contributed so much to the story of Indian cotton and textiles. There are occasions when we celebrate events, and there are occasions when we celebrate people. This evening, we have the privilege of both. As we gather for the 7th biannual All Indian Cotton Conference, we are reminded that cotton is not merely a fiber. It is an industry built on generation of knowledge, enterprise, resilience, and human efforts. And tonight, we pass to recognize some of the remarkable individuals who have been important part of that journey. A Lifetime Achievement Award is special because it does not celebrate one achievement or one successful year. It celebrates a lifetime of perseverance, leadership, and contribution. It is therefore my great honor to felicitate the distinguished awardees whose journey have enriched the cotton and textile industry of our country. 6 journeys, 6 stories, 6 value threads woven into the large fabric of Indian textiles. Sri C. Kandaswamy, Sri Suresh Tayal, Sri Ramesh Kakurilla, Sri Rakesh Rati, Sri A. Perumal Swami and Sri A. Ramalingam Appaswamy. On behalf of this distinguished gathering, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the awardees. Your journey inspires the next generation to dream bigger, innovate, and contribute meaningfully. May your achievements and contribution take Indian textile, cotton, and textile industry to even greater heights. Cotton is much more than a fiber. It connects our farmer, our industry, our economy, and our heritage. As this conference beautifully reminds us, the cotton, the sustainable fiber of the future. Its future will be shaped by the innovation and leadership of people like our awardees. I would also like to place on the record my appreciation to the Indian Cotton Federation and all organizers of this prestigious conference for creating a platform where experience meets innovation, tradition meets technology, and the present engages meaningfully with the future. May this gathering continue to strengthen the Indian cotton and textile industry and help take Indian cotton from farm to fiber and fiber to fashion and Indian enterprise to the world. Once again, congratulations and my very best wishes to all the awardees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shri Arun Karthik sir. Please accept our gratitude from President Tulsidaran sir. Thank you. I now invite Shri S. Vinay Kotak, President of CAI, to please felicitate. Let's give a big round of applause and welcome Shri S. Vinay Kotak, sir.
First of all, I'm very much thankful to ICF for giving me this opportunity. I am really thankful to Tulsidaran and all other members of the ICF and committee members. It's a very excellent organization and a great effort to bring all the cotton textile value chain on the same platform. I would like to share in few words my views. I'm a very optimistic about the Indian cotton industry. I foresee a great, great future. First of all, it's a dream of our Prime Minister and efforts made by our Piyush Commerce Minister. Many FTAs are done. So I'm expecting a very good future for exports of all textile products. The Prime Minister has said about 5 Fs, that is farmers, and also the factory, fashion, and foreign. So to achieve that kind of dream and the ambition of PM, I request at this stage to all our leaders of all the associations to join hands. We'll be very much one of them to work on a very good draft of the policy which can help for the success of all these dreams of even reaching 100 billion exports of textile products by 2030. So this is my great recommendation to all leaders sitting here. We should join our hands. Also, we should then put our recommendation to government, join hands with government and work together. So thank you very much, and let's work in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please accept our gratitude from President Tulsidaran, sir.
very importantly, I would like to say, Cotton Association of India has organized a conference in 29th and 30th October. We are very much encouraged by the arrangements done by ICF, and will also try to many things replicate. They have done an excellent arrangements and ideas. So my request and my great inviting you, all of you, to please join us and work together in our conference and exchange our ideas. I am special invitation to our Tulsidaranji and all the distinguished the all CCI, city chairman, all of even textile ministry, to please come and grace our conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I now invite Shri Bhavesh Shah, President of Vidarbha Cotton Association, to please felicitate.
सर थैंक यू वेरी मच। अब मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में बोलना बेटर चाहेंगा, क्योंकि मेरा थोड़ा टोनिंग में उसमें बोलने में मज़ा आएगा। जो कोयम्बटूर में ये जो ऑर्गेनाइज ये प्रोग्राम करते हैं सर, हमारी एक जो स्पिनिंग मिल का जो सबसे बड़ा हब है जो इस कोयम्बटूर में, जो यहाँ क्वालिटी जो बेल से लेकर स्पिनिंग वीविंग, ये इंडिया का सबसे बड़ा हब है। और यहाँ ये सब प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए वेरी वेरी थैंक्स। और हम सबको एक यूनाइटेड कॉन्फ्रेंस तो होती है, लेकिन लोगों का मिलना जुलना ये एक बहुत बड़ा हमारे इंडस्ट्री के लिए बेटर है। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, sir. We honored, and President Tulsidaran, sir, will do the honors. The strength of an industry is ultimately reflected in the strength of its collective voice. A conference creates conversations. A souvenir preserves them. May I request the chief guest to please release the conference souvenir. Ladies and gentlemen, the souvenir of the 7th Biannual All India Cotton Conference 2026 is being released now, and a round of applause, please. Thank you. And there's a request from Shri Ramesh Kakirala and family for a group photo. And we acknowledge your request, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we move on to a special address by a guest of honor. Our guest of honor today is a distinguished industry leader whose journey has taken him from the textile heartland of Coimbatore to leadership on the global textile stage. It's our privilege to have with us a respected voice of wisdom and experience. Let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. K.V. Srinivasan, Managing Director, Premier Mills and past President of ITMF. May I now invite Dr. Srinivasan to deliver his address.
Mr. Lalit Gupta, Chairman, CCI, Mr. Guru Rani, Director, Fiber, Ministry of Textiles, Chairman, City, Vice Chairman, SIMA, Presidents of CAI, CISPA, TASMA, and office bearers of the Indian Cotton Federation. Let me start by congratulating and commending the Indian Cotton Federation for organizing the 7th Annual All India Cotton Conference. Today we have amongst us farmers, ginners, cotton traders, spinners, weavers, and apparel and home textile manufacturers, all under one roof. This provides an excellent opportunity to interact, educate, and update everyone in the industry over the next 2 days. A special mention must be made to the efforts put in by the Indian Cotton Federation, especially President Tulsidaran, Conference Chairman Nataraj, and Honorary Secretary Nishant Ashar. The Lifetime Achievement Awards, which were given today, are a unique recognition of the excellent efforts and hard work of the awardees, which is very well deserved. Coimbatore is an excellent choice for this conference. It has a history in textile manufacturing for over 150 years. Many of us here have decades of experience, sometimes even across generations. Cotton is in the DNA of all of us here today. The Indian textile industry is predominantly cotton-based. India is one of the few countries in the world to cultivate all varieties of cotton from the shortest to the longest staple. India has a heritage in textile manufacturing across many centuries, and today India is one of the largest textile goods supplier to the world. Now, all this was possible due to the source of homegrown cotton. Our abundant raw material base made it possible for the industry to manufacture at globally competitive prices. And this is one of the main reasons why the textile industry has grown significantly in the last few decades. Looking into the future, the textile industry has to gear itself up to face the emerging challenges. India's cotton productivity has to improve. Our yield has to increase significantly to a level which benefits both the farmer and the manufacturer. If you look back in the 1990s, the large increase in yield in Indian cotton production took India to the global textile stage. Now the time has come for a new boost in technology to improve our production to compete with countries like China, the United States, and Brazil. Brazil is an example of a success story in cotton cultivation. Last year, I had the opportunity to visit Brazil and met a cotton farmer and ginner. He explained to me how in the 1980s, his parents came to this forest area in the Amazon basin. The Brazilian government was offering land for cultivation at $1 per acre. There were no buildings, no houses, even no electricity. This particular family, they built a small shed, they drank water from the river, and then they started to build a cotton farm. Today, after 40 years, they have a 500,000 acre farm with its own ginning, all completely computer controlled and mechanized, from irrigation to fertilizing to cotton picking, ginning, and packing into bales. The statistics in recent years show that 74% of the world's cotton is grown in 4 countries, and this includes India. India has 38% of the world's cotton cultivation land. So just imagine, if our yield improves, the growth potential is tremendous, and it will make India again the king of cotton. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Tulsidaran sir to please do the honors. Thank you, sir. It's our privilege to welcome a distinguished leader who stands at the very core of Cotton Corporation of India as our chief guest today. A professional renowned for his strong strategic foresight, bringing new ideas, embracing technology, and making a meaningful difference to India's cotton sector. Let's give a big round of applause to welcome our chief guest this evening, Shri Lalit Kumar Gupta, Chairman and Managing Director, Cotton Corporation of India.
Respected K.V. Srinivasan, MD, Premier Group of Mills, past President ITMF, respected Shri Tulsidaran ji, President Indian Cotton Federation, respected Mr. Mukul Tayal ji, President Indian Cotton Association, Shri Ashwin Chand, past President SAIMA, Mr. Purnesh Gurrani ji, Director Fiber, Ministry of Textiles, Honorable Secretary Mr. Asher, Indian Cotton Federation, members of both the associations, distinguished stalwarts, and the representative of the cotton textile, I would say the complete textile value chain of the country. Organizing team members, panelists, speakers, awardees and their families, Mr. Ibrahim, Director General, who has come all the way from Shard. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. It is a privilege and pleasure to be with you all on this 7th biannual All India Cotton Conference being held today at the Coimbatore. The theme of this conference, Cotton, the sustainable fiber of the future, is both timely and forward-looking. Cotton is not merely a commodity, it is a foundation of vast ecosystem in the country, beginning from the input suppliers to cotton farmers, the ginners, spinners, textile manufacturers, brand, and ultimately the consumer. The future of this entire ecosystem will depend on how successfully we combine the productivity, the quality, sustainability, traceability, technology, and competitiveness. I am therefore particularly happy to see that this conference is addressing the entire spectrum of the issues from global demand and supply, futures and price discovery, spinning and textile markets, cotton corridors, provenances, and sustainability to ginning, digital passport, and emerging markets. Of course, these issues already mentioned by Mr. Tulsi Dharanji, Asharji, the challenges and the issues are on our table a very long time. And if I say that all the issues are not separate, but they are deeply interconnected. Recently, I had an opportunity to attend the global event organized by Multi-Commodity Exchange last week. Inter alia, one of the subject matter was on the round table, was very interesting one. Resolving India's paradox, domestic cotton powerhouse and global price taker. And I think if we understand this paradox, we can understand the whole challenges in the cotton value chain, what we face today in the country. In fact, this raises a question, why does India, despite being one of the largest producer and consumer of cotton, continues to remain largely a price taker in the global market? And more importantly, how can India convert its physical strength into cotton into a greater influence in the global market? Do we have the answer? I believe we do. But the answer does not lie in a single intervention. It lies in improving the entire cotton value chain. Industry has the enormous strength, the scale, large domestic market, strong textile industry, a large farming community, and sustainable domestically cotton supply available within the country. But we have to connect these strengths much more effectively. And I would like to make one personal observation here. Over the past few years, I have come to believe that if the Indian cotton industry wants to become one of the best in the world, then every stakeholder must first ask one question to himself or herself: what can I do to improve? Not what the other stakeholders are doing, not what the ginner or farmer is doing, not the government what they are doing, and not the CCI what we are doing, but what can I do better? This applies equally to input supplier, farmer, ginner, spinner, trader, other stakeholder, and equally to the CCI. Improvement cannot wait. The time to improve is now. With this thought, let me come to the paradox. Is the paradox merely a question of market structure? Or is it the outcome of several interconnected issues, that is productivity, quality, contamination level, market infrastructure, information, risk management, and the price discovery? I believe it is the latter. Let me highlight a few of the areas which we need to address. The first lever is the productivity. India is undoubtedly a cotton powerhouse in terms of the scale, but our production has not kept the pace with the domestic consumption, and that creates a structural situation where India can simultaneously be a major producer and remain influenced by the global market conditions. Therefore, our objective must be clear. We have to move from being merely a larger producer of cotton to being a globally competitive producer of high quality, reliability, and differentiated cotton. And for that, the productivity is the first aspect. The biggest opportunity lies in the farm. The focus cannot merely be on increasing the acreage. The recently launched mission on cotton productivity by the Government of India, that is Kapas Kanti, provides an important framework in this direction. But the success of this mission should ultimately be measured at what cost we get the additional cotton per hectare. It should be simply outcome, how much we are able to induce the cotton farmer to adopt the practices at their own in the country. The scale, though in the first year we are targeting the 5 lakh hectare, but it should become an example for the other cotton farmer to adopt the practices. And one of the example this can happen, the Honorable Minister wanted to have the Kola district in a saturation mode, and I would like to inform that 25,000 hectare of the area in Akola is under high density planting or the closure spacing in that district. And they are getting on an average 15 quintal of seed cotton per acre. So that is the strength if we adopt such practices. The second lever is the quality, and in my view, this is one of the most underestimated area. If India wants greater influence in the international cotton market, we must offer the global market something more than the volume. Indian cotton has a tremendous potential, but the global buyers do not purchase cotton merely because it comes from a particular country, but they look at the fiber quality, consistency, contamination level, reliability of the delivery, and the price. Therefore, our objective should be to establish international level credible quality benchmark for Indian cotton and create a transparent system where the better quality receives the better value. I would put in a very simple way, you cannot become a price influencer by selling only a commodity. You become a price influencer by selling trusted, consistent, and differentiated products made out of a good quality cotton. Third, the contamination should be a national priority. One area where the entire cotton value chain must act collectively in controlling the contamination. A small amount of contamination introduced at the farm level can result in the disproportionate large cost as the spinning and textile stage. Therefore, the contamination cannot be treated merely a ginning or a farmer's issue problem. It has to be addressed across the entire value chain. This requires collective ownership. Farmer has a role, ginner has a role, transporter has a role, warehousing has a role, marketing infrastructure has a role, and the other stakeholders has a role. If India can substantially reduce contamination and improve the bale quality, we can significantly enhance the international acceptability and competitiveness of the Indian cotton product. In fact, contamination control itself can become a competitive advantage for the Indian textile industry. The fourth lever is the price discovery. A strong commodity market requires 5 things: transparency, standardization, liquidity, risk management, and efficient price discovery system in place. India needs a stronger domestic benchmark for cotton, one that reflects Indian fundamentals while remaining connected to the international market. At present, global reference price can have a significant influence on domestic expectations. We therefore need to ask ourselves as, can India develop a deeper and a more representative domestic market? Can we bring the greater participation from the stakeholders into the commodity market? Can standardization standardized contracts, and quality specification make our domestic futures market more representative of the physical cotton economy? I believe the answer is yes. But it will require a collective participation and a greater confidence in the organized commodity market. The next major transformation in cotton will be driven by the data. Today, we have the enormous amount of data which is fragmented. We need better as well as the timely visibility on acreage and sowing, crop condition, expected production, arrivals, stock position, consumption, import and exports. And the next logical step is to integrate this information across the cotton ecosystem. Because when information becomes more transparent, the price discovery becomes more efficient. And when the price discovery becomes more efficient, then the market becomes the less dependent on speculations, rumors, and external signals. The recently launched TSRS portal, making mandatory for everyone to file return from the month of August, is a good step taken by the Office of Textile Commissioner, and that can play in strengthening the availability of industrial data to the stakeholders. The large objective should be to build a data-driven cotton ecosystem where decisions are increasingly based on the reliable information rather than estimate and assumption. Let me now say a few words about the Cotton Corporation of India. CCI has traditionally played a critical role in supporting cotton farmers through the MSP operations, and this responsibility will continue. But I believe the role of the CCI must also evolve with changing requirements of the cotton economy. CCI should increasingly contribute to building an ecosystem of quality assurances, market transparency, traceability, farmers' awareness, scientific procurement, and efficient inventory management. Our objective should be that the MSP remains a strong safety net to the cotton farmers of the country, while the vibrant, transparent, and competitive market increasingly determines the commercial price in the market. Government intervention should provide confidence both to the farmers and the industry. At the same time, market must be allowed to become deeper, more transparent, and more efficient. And CCI has already taken several technology-enabled initiatives in procurement, farmers registration, digital platform, and traceability. And I'm happy to say we are totally today paperless, faceless, right from procurement to sale of the cotton stock or the seed stocks. These initiatives are not ends in themselves. Technology must ultimately deliver better value to the farmers and greater efficiency to the cotton ecosystem. From Indian cotton as origin to Indian cotton as a brand. There is another important opportunity before us, and the Kasturi Cotton Bharat initiative is an important step towards creating an identity for the Indian cotton based on quality, assurance, and traceability. This is strategically significant. The world should not know India merely as a country that produces the cotton. The world should know and trust Indian cotton as a quality assured, traceable, and differentiated product. If we can achieve that, Indian cotton can increasingly command a premium rather than simply compete on the price. And that is precisely the transition we need from commodity to product, from origin to identity, and from volume to the value. So if I were to summarize the way forward, I would put in 5 words. First, the productivity, because we must produce more from every hectare of the field. Quality, because global market reward consistency and reliability. Transparency, because better information leads to the better decisions. Differentiation, because Indian cotton must stand for something more than its country of origin. And price discovery, because a major cotton economy must have a strong voice in determining the value of its own commodity. We need all these 5 objectives. Let us be realistic. The global cotton prices will always be influenced by the multiple producing countries, weather conditions, currencies, inventories, and international trade. But India can certainly become a price influencer in the world market. And I believe that should be our strategic ambition. Let me conclude with one thought. India does not have a cotton problem of scale. India has a cotton challenge of productivity, quality, integration, and market power. The good news is that all 4 can be addressed. The government has already initiated important programs and reforms. The mission for cotton productivity, Kapas Kanti, provides a strong framework for improving the productivity, quality, production of about 130 lakh Kasturi cotton bale in the next 5 years, including this year, by the private engineers itself, setting up of 50 labs in the country in the cluster of cotton producing area, capacity building of 2,000 factory for the feeders, the supervisors, the training program we are going to commence from the month of September itself, startups and innovations, textile waste recycling, and much more. The industry is investing in technology and quality. Kasturi Cotton Bharat is creating an opportunity for differentiation and traceability. Commodity exchanges can contribute to stronger price discovery and risk management, and CCI can continue to strengthen its role as an important institution in the cotton ecosystem. But ultimately, the transformation will not come from one organization. It will come when the entire cotton value chain moves in the same direction. And that is how India can move from being a global cotton powerhouse and price taker to becoming a global cotton powerhouse and price influencer. And if we can achieve that, we will not merely be preparing cotton for the future, we will be preparing India's cotton sector to lead the future. Let me tell now about the CCI stock. This year, we procured about 105 lakh bales in the country, and we sold about 94 lakh bales. And we have issued the delivery order for 88 lakh bales, and 87 lakh bales have been physically lifted. So including sold, unsold, we have 17 lakh bales as of today with us. Now coming to the question Shanmugam raised about the price. We can decide price weekly, fortnightly, or monthly, but there is a rider for that. What may happen, we look at the upward trend side. If the price goes down, I will not be able to sell a single bale in that month. We can start from weekly pricing, but bidding I will open only on Monday, not next 4 days. You buy on one day, give me date Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday contract, and next 4 days I will close that. If you want me to fix price for 15 days, you buy the cotton for any date 15 days at the same price, but bidding has to be on one day only. So what happens is, it will be one side the decision, If the prices are going up, I'm able to sell. The market doesn't work in commodity market. The price, even intraday, makes a lot of difference. Earlier, we were selling the cotton on inviting the bids before introducing the bidding system. If I reduce price tomorrow 1,000, if market is not supporting, I'm not able to sell 100 bale. But when I increase the price 2,900, I was able to sell 2.5 lakh bale on that day. So some discipline we need to see. But here, one big question arises, and it always make me, we are holding the conference, but we never talk about one topic, the coverage by the mills. I think in future we should have a session, the coverage of stock, when to cover. And there lies the lot of opportunity. And I had some certain ideas, you may work on that. Just I'm giving a perspective, and the results, if we see that study, is fantastic. Let's take, I'm taking an example of last 5 years. Take the lowest price of any month of a 1 year or 2 months as per your calculation. Make the average of that price of the last 5 years, the lowest of every month price. Take of all 5 months of 5 years, make an average, and then add something 2% for 5 years. If you are making calculation for 10 years, may add 20% price and arrive on a one price. You will find that from that level price, there is a 100% probability the price will go up by 20% in 5 years once. If you go for 3 years, the probability comes about 85%, the prices will go up by 85% chances that price will go up by 85%. Now there is also one rider. We were thinking when January, February, we started selling the cotton, I used to mention that now the industry is running hand to mouth. We need one spark when the prices may increase by 10 to 12% in a very short span, maybe the week's time or so. But we never expected that this war may take place. So we also have to consider certain factor like Corona time, the war situation, 21-22, the entire pipeline was empty, even some pipe crisis. And then you have to always be ready. Some 15-20% weightage, if that happens, what we should take a call. And when market is from the bottom, and it makes a sense that you can go along for 6 months stock, and when you are entering middle of the, if based on that study, or middle or the top, then you should be only hand to mouth, say covering the requirement of 30 days, 45 days or so. And I think that everyone has to, think on coverage of stock. And when prices are rising, I've seen, I'm getting 2,800 rupees over bidding in certain lots. And if once I remember, when we sold 1.5 lakh bale, about 1 lakh bale had on an average 700 rupees average, the higher price than the bidding. And then we are chasing the market and after the quality of the cotton. I think that is completely avoidable. And one more thing, as and when we have 8 million bales or stock, and rest assured, the industry will be in the safe hands. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that perspective on the role each of us and how we can collectively contribute towards productivity, not only in India's cotton ecosystem, but in global market. Please accept our gratitude from the President of Indian Cotton Federation. Thank you. Before we move on to the distinguished guest address, a very important one on policy and industry. So I request the delegates to please be seated. Delegates, please remain silent and please be seated. We're moving on to the distinguished guest address. Policy and industry must ultimately move in the same direction. When the two understand each other, opportunities can be converted into outcomes. We now have the privilege of hearing the perspectives from the Textile Ministry. May I invite our distinguished guest, Shri Purnesh Gururani, Director, Fiber, Ministry of India, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, to please address this august gathering.
Respected President ICF, Sri J. Tulsidaran ji, Chairman City Sri Ashwin Chandran, ICL Chairman Sri Mukul Tayal ji, Sri Lalit Mohan Gupta, CMD CCI, and MD Premier Mill, Sri Srinivasan, and Mr. Nishant Esar, Secretary ICF. First of all, I congratulate ICF on organizing of this conference in a beautiful city, Coimbatore. And cotton is not just a fiber or commodity for us. Cotton is a livelihood of 6 million farmers and 5 crore workers in textile sector. Cotton is a great source of prosperity and export for us. Great poet and saint Tiruvalluvar said that cotton fabric is a collective effort of all in textile value chain. What he said exactly? The farmer who had grown the plant and worked hard and then pick cotton from each ball and give it for spinning. Someone else had carded the cotton and spun it into the long uniform thread, and these threads dyed into the lovely colors. Some other weavers woven thread together, putting it in a beautiful design. And the final fabric is the efforts result of the many people collective effort. Accordingly, we have in textile vision of 5F vision in textile sector: farm to fiber, fiber to factory, factory to fashion, and fashion to foreign. And this spirituality is deeply associated with cotton. So our branding, traceability and certification, we have launched, you know, that Kasturi cotton. So its logo is spiritual fiber of India. To the steady supply of quality cotton in textile sector and regenerating textile sector, Mission for Cotton Productivity Mission has been launched by Government of India. This 5-year mission with the total outlay of 5,659 crore, and component 2 and component 3 of this mission are implemented by Ministry of Textile, and component 2, supply of quality cotton to textile sector, implemented by Cotton Corporation of India. And the component of these cotton productivity mission are production of high quality contamination control cotton. We will give output based support to the ginning factories, global branding and marketing of Indian cotton, promoting startups and innovation, capacity building of ginning and pressing practice, and sustainability through cotton waste recycling. This will overall improve our branding of cotton in global platform. Cotton is a natural, biodegradable and eco-friendly fiber. And this year, Cotton Day theme is Cotton for Good. Mean cotton a sustainable fiber. And cotton, it qualifies the all criteria of sustainable fiber. It is a crop of rain-fed area. Cotton with the carbon sequestration is a net carbon negative. It qualifies the criteria of environmental sustainability. It qualifies the criteria of social gender equalization, because 40% of the cotton workers are women. And cotton have a huge role in poverty eradication also. To today is the era of that end-to-end traceability, sustainability, and branding of cotton. If very necessary for us to compete with the European Union standards and American standard, so it's very necessary us to be qualify these criteria. I am hopeful that this seminar will address these issues, and I once again thank ICF for organizing this cotton conference in beautiful city of Coimbatore, the city with having very historical role. Organization SAIMA was born here. This city gave us our first finance minister and hometown of our vice president, CCP Radhakrishnan sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. The interface between policy, industry, and markets will undoubtedly be central to India's textile ambitions in the years ahead. Please accept our honors by the President of Indian Cotton Federation. Gratitude is most appropriate way to conclude an inaugural session that has brought together such an extraordinary gathering. May I now invite Shri Mukul Tayal, President, ICAL Bathinda, to propose the vote of thanks.
Respected Chief Guest, Shri Lalit Kumar, Chairman and Managing Director of Cotton Corporation. Distinguished guest, Shri Purnesh Gurnami, Director Fiber, Ministry of Textile, Government of India. Our guest of honor, Dr. K.V. Srinivasan, past President, ITMF. President Tulsi Dharanji, Ashwin Chandraji, President, City. Honorary Secretary, Shantashar, all esteemed dignitaries, distinguished speakers, industry leaders, delegates, member of ICAL and ICF, our valued sponsors and partners, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege and honor to propose vote of thanks at this prestigious 7th Biennial All India Cotton Conference being held here in Coimbatore. On behalf of ICF and the entire organizing team, I will extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished guests and dignitaries for gracing this occasion with their presence and making this conference truly meaningful. I would like especially to express my sincere thanks to our chief guest, Shri Lalit Kumarji, Chairman and Managing Director of PCI, for his valuable presence, inspiring address. His insights have provided us important perspective on the future of Indian cotton sector. My sincere thanks to Shri Purnesh Gurwani, Director, Ministry of Textile, for sharing valuable thoughts, for his continued support towards the cotton textile industry. I extend my gratitude to Dr. K.V. Srinivasan, our guest of honor, and to the eminent speaker, panelists, moderators who have enriched the conference through the knowledge, experience, and constructive discussions. A special word of appreciation goes to all industry leaders and experts who will participate in various business sessions covering important subjects such as global cotton demand and supply, cotton spinning, sustainability, cotton corridors, marketing, ginning, digital products, and the future of cotton industry. I would also like to place on record our deepest appreciation to our title partners, LMW, and for all our sponsors, partners, supporting organizations Your generous support and confidence in the conference has made it possible for us to bring together such a distinguished gathering for cotton and textile fraternity. Your contribution is not merely a financial support, it is an investment in the future of our industry. We sincerely value our association with CAL and ICF and this important platform. I would like to thank the organizing committee, volunteers, and the entire team behind the conference, from registration and hospitality to the technical arrangements and coordination. Every member has worked with dedication to ensure smooth conduct of the event. My sincere thanks to all the delegates who have traveled from different parts of the country to be here with us. Your presence, participation, and interaction are what gives this conference its real strength and purpose. The cotton industry stands on an important crossroad. Sustainability, technology, changing consumer preferences, global trade, dynamics, and need for greater collaborations are creating both challenges and opportunities. While India remains one of the world's largest cultivators of cotton by acreage, our average yield per hectare is currently 450 kgs and lags significantly behind the leading global producers like Brazil, which achieve a yield of 1900 kgs per hectare. To stay competitive on the global stage, it is crucial for India to aggressively adopt modern agriculture techniques, high-density planting systems, advanced seed genetics, precision farming, and mechanized harvesting, much like Brazil has done. Upgrading our production techniques will not only boost our farmers' income, but will ensure reliability, high-quality supply chain for our domestic textile industry. Conferences such as this provide us opportunity to exchange ideas, build partnerships, collectively shape future of cotton. As we move forward, let us remain committed to making cotton not only sustainable fiber of the future, but also a strong source of livelihood. Innovation and economic growth for millions associated with cotton's and textile value chain. Once again, on behalf of ICAL, ICF, I express my sincere gratitude to each and every person who contribute to the success of this conference. Thank you for your valuable presence, your support, and continued faith in ICAL and ICF. With these words, I once again thank you all and wish conference every success. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Shri Mukul Dayal, sir. That concludes our inaugural session, but certainly not the evening, because now we move from conversation to a very pertinent conversation on AI. Since we conclude the inaugural session, I request the dignitaries on the dais to please raise. We'll now move on to our business session 1 on AI, Cotton Insights, Global Demand and Supply with AI. May I request the dignitaries, the delegates, to please take your seat for business session 1. As you know, in cotton business, we have moved from experience to data, and from data to analytics, and now even from analytics to artificial intelligence. So the more powerful question is, can we see what is likely to happen next? Our first business session takes us precisely into that territory. I request the dignitaries and the delegates to please settle to give way for the first business session. Those in the front of the hall and also in the middle and the rear of the hall, please take your seats. We're moving into business session 1. Thank you. So the more powerful question here is, can we see what is likely to happen next? Our first business session is on global demand and supply with AI. Let's put our hands together to welcome Shri Raman Bala, Head of Cotton for India and Pakistan from Louis Dreyfus Company, to take us through this fascinating intersection of cotton, global markets, data, and artificial intelligence. A bigger round of applause, please. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's been a hectic session so far with so many dignitaries speaking. So I think I guess it's good to give people a couple of minutes to settle down. All right. So what I'm going to talk about today is global supply outlook or global outlook for cotton. And when we say global, of course, we are here in India. But I think, as our previous speakers mentioned, that India is integrated, and the world, what happens in the world, impacts India and impacts everyone as well. So let us start. Just watch this 5-second clip. So this is, what I showed here. This is not really an apocalyptic movie or, a disaster scenario or even a horror movie. This is something that I think people who are in cotton felt in 2025. The cotton market in 2025 was dead. And for those who don't like, this visualization, maybe this chart will help. And if you look at this chart, the green line is the volatility in cotton, and the blue line is the price, ICE price. And you see the axis, the time is starting from August of 24, and it goes till January 26. It's a long time. And in that long time, the volatility has never grown over 30-35%, and the low volatility was around 10%. I think this is an extraordinary period, and I'm sure a lot of you would remember how difficult a time it was. It was a dead market. There was no movement. Prices were not moving, and there was no real news or life in the cotton market. And this, the speculators, the guys who are there in the market other than the physical people, they basically, voted by being short, by being just, really not willing to be invested in cotton. And the red line here that you see is basically how short the speculators were through the whole through the whole time window of more than 1.5 years. And if you look, like the lowest that they went was a little over 80,000 contracts. That's over 8 million bales of cotton short that they were. And this was pretty consistent, right? All throughout this time frame, they remained short because the cotton market was lifeless. And the reason for that was pretty clear, actually. And the biggest culprit, so to say, was Brazil. Brazil, since 17, 18, had been growing area. We know there's massive area under arable land in Brazil. They grow soybeans. In the rotation, they grow corn and they grow cotton. And the amount of area available for them to grow is massive. And what they did, in the last 10 years, is they increased the area under cotton significantly. So if you see how much they were planting in 2018-19 and what they are planting now, that's the green line, they went from a little over 1 million hectares to now over almost 2.1 million hectares. So that's the increase. That's the increase that Brazil has done. And when you look at the chart, let me just go back, and you look at the production, that has increased tremendously as well. So Brazil is basically there to supply all the cotton. There's so much cotton that Brazil is willing to produce. But there was not enough demand for all of that cotton that Brazil is pushing in or bringing to the market. And why was that? Because the global consumption was kind of pretty steady. It didn't move. If you look at the green lines or bars on the bottom, global consumption since 2020, which was post-COVID reaction, there was a big demand boost that we saw, and prices really rallied that point of time. But since then, demand has barely inched up. And if you look at the difference between the production and consumption in those years, it's been fairly steady. In fact, in the last 2 years, we've been adding production. We've been adding more stocks to the balance sheet globally. So when you combine these two facts, that one, Brazil continues to grow, more and more cotton, puts more and more area under cotton, and then the demand side doesn't really go or grow, you were in a situation that we were in, right? That lackluster, dull phase where prices were not doing anything, the volatility was low, and things were so slow. But then, things starting to change. So today, I don't think any of us feel like that. Today, we see that there's life back in the cotton market. Things are moving. And this is represented by, of course, the chart of the same things. When you look at the cotton prices and the volatility, since February or since early or mid-February, the volatility has really shot up. We were like from the 20% range, 15 to 20% range, we're now up to 25, 30%. And the prices have rallied as well, right? From a mid-60s ICE level, we are now over closer to 90s in ICE levels. And the big thing, the big change, that's brought about, or part of the reason why this change happened, is because the speculators, who were massively short cotton earlier, they have turned around completely. They've just made a U-turn. So from being short 80,000 contracts, they're probably close to today long 80,000 contracts. They just turn around. They just made a U-turn and a big U-turn in a relatively short amount of time. And that is what brought life back to this market. So the question is why this happened? And this is just a chart that kind of exemplifies. I mean, if you look in context, from Feb, where they were close to 70,000 contracts short, to now, and if we had the report, coming in, tonight from US, we'll see probably they're close to 80,000 contracts. So that's just like a massive U-turn that they've done, which has led to this prices really moving up. So what caused this change of heart? So it was a thoroughly entrenched bear market. If you were talking about 1.5 years ago, we were saying, oh man, there's too much oversupply. I don't know what we'll do. There's cotton everywhere, and people were so worried, right? But today, it's just looking very different. So what caused this change? How did that, entrenched bear became a bull? And the, one simple answer is that prices worked. In that time frame when we were in the low 60s, the producers got the signal that this isn't a price that I really like growing cotton anymore. And the guys who were really driving this change, adding more supply, they got the signal at the mid 60s price and they reduced their acreage. So 2026 is the first time when they're actually going down on acreage, which is the crop that's about to come or is coming in Brazil. So the price signal worked from a supply point of view. Of course, I think we have talked about this in the previous slides as well, or previous session as well, where Brazil yields are crazy high and they continue to go up. Every year since the last 4 years, barring 1 year, 24-25, every year Brazil is making new records in yields. Last year was a record yield, this year is likely to be a record yield as well. So Brazil continues to enhance on yield while continuing to put more area. But this 1 year, when the price was so low, they actually took, really looked at the price and lowered their acreage. So that was one big change, right? Because if you continued the trajectory that Brazil was going in, it was really hard to figure out where all this cotton will go. And prices did the work. Low prices meant that Brazilian farmers are no longer as happy about growing cotton, and they reacted. The other thing that changed together, and I think this happened almost simultaneously, is the consumption, especially from China, really took a boost. And it's growing. China is close to 9.1 million tons today. And this consumption this is only the second largest consumption that's been there. The largest being in the 10-11 time frame, and of course the post-COVID era. But since those 2 years, barring those 2 years, this is the highest consumption. And not only that, if you combined the fact that China is consuming 9 million tons of cotton, in addition to that, they are buying 2 million tons more worth of yarn. For cotton, we all know they need to, imported cotton, they need quota. They have a quota system where they need to have quota, which is allocated by the government, and then they have to use that to buy cotton, imported cotton. But for yarn, there is nothing like that. They can just buy yarn. And as the quota supply got a little bit restricted, people switched to buying more yarn. And you see that yellow line going up from 24-25 to under 1.5 million tons to over 2 million tons. So when you add those things, two things together, China consuming 9.1 million tons and buying additional 2.1 million tons of yarn, that's 11 million tons worth of consumption of cotton. So China, and what this does is actually help not only China itself, that's driving it, but the incremental yarn imports that China does helps India, Pakistan, Vietnam in kind of increasing the demand for their cotton yarn that's to be exported, right? And this increase, part of, one way to explain that is that downstream exports from China remains robust. We've heard about problems domestically in China, but the export side of China remains really robust. So we see, like in 2025, African region grew, the total, apparel exports grew by 27% in China. So China exporting to Africa, it was 27% more in 2025 versus the previous year. EU went up, Middle East went up, Indian subcontinent, so everything went up. And overall, other than the US was the only place where it went down. And then overall, there was a 12% increase. And so far, in 2026, till June, we have a 6% overall increase in China exports. So China exports from the downstream continue to drive their consumption, fuel their consumption. And as I said, what it does, the additional yarn buying that happens from China, it helps Indian spinning mills. Because when you look at that green line, India has been exporting almost like a little over 100 to 105,000 metric tons of yarn every month. But when you look at and which is higher when you look at the last few years. But when you look at the breakup of where that yarn is going, the real key difference, which stands out in the below chart, is coming from China. So China is the one which is really driving the change in terms of increasing yarn exports from India. And India is not the only one. The same thing with Vietnam. So China demand is pulling Vietnam up, and Vietnam yarn exports are going up. Overall, Vietnam total exports of fabric, garments, yarn, everything increased by 6%. But then you isolate that number to China, that is going up by 34%. So the fact that China is growing is not only growing within China, it's actually pulling places like India, Vietnam, even Pakistan up along with it. And this is what we see, right? I mean, we, being in the Indian market, feel it. And then, you know, so we've all heard about stories where cotton is losing the battle against all the man-made fibers. And if we were to put a longer historical chart of blend levels, blend level is what is the percentage share of cotton fiber in all the fiber and filament yarn. I think if you go back enough 40, 50 years, you'd see that number probably closer to 50%. But since then, it's been declining every year. And you know, whatever data we have on the slide here, from 16, 17, it was at 25, 26%. And it went to a low in 24, 25, 18%. There was hardly any year barring the 2021. And 2021 is kind of an outlier in a lot of respects, right? We've seen that. So 2021 was the only year where, you know, it kind of inched up a little bit. But then in 25, 26, last year is when actually it made, and this is data till June, it made a reasonable increase. And that's a big deal because that increase is really, you know, something that cotton has never been able to do so far. The question is whether this is sustainable or not. I think it's a hard question to answer, but the thing is that if this 2% holds or 1.5% holds, that adds almost, 1% adds almost 5 million bales of cotton used globally. Because this is, you know, man-made fiber or the whole complex is 5 times bigger of the cotton complex. So 1% gain, 1.5% gain is going to be massive for consumption. So the question is, how long can this sustain and how long validity this is? Like, how long can this go on? And this is not in isolation. When you look at the US import data, and now not only just from China, but coming from all the origins, if you just look at the cotton share of the imports that US does, that also shows the same or similar trend. You know, we see the share of cotton continuously going down in the overall imports. But in 25, 26, we see a reasonable increase. So what's the cause of it? It's hard to say. But one thing is clear that at least there's the first time where there's a reasonable change that is happening because of some reason where the blend level or cotton is actually gaining back the blend level, which has been giving back to fibers for the last 60 years. So trying to summarize all this, like we've talked about all of this, you know, that, you know, the prices did the work, the production came down, the biggest, you know, trend, which is Brazil, you know, they actually kind of put a brake on for increasing production, and at the same time, consumption kind of picked up. And if you put all of that together, this is how the 26-27 balance sheet looks like. And this is from USDA. And you see that the change in production is 4.3 million bales down, and consumption is 2.1 up. Which means if you look at the deficit or surplus at a year-on-year change basis, there's a 5.2 million bales change in that. So the ending stock is going down by 5.2 million bales. And then just the P minus C, the production minus consumption deficit that the world sees is 5.3 million bales in 26-27. And if you go back in history, I think there are 2 years. One was the, I think, 9-10 year. And then the second was the COVID one, post-COVID year, where the deficit was larger. So we're already, because of these two changes happening together, getting to a point where the P minus C, or the deficit globally, is getting reasonably big and eating out of the stocks. And if you break that down, you know, the bulk, you know, part of that change is coming from Brazil, as we saw, although that change is not as big. And when you look at the breakdown, you realize that the bigger change is coming actually in absolute terms from China and Australia. And then on the consumption side, it's India, China, and Pakistan. So all three contributing equally to that increase in product consumption. So yeah, so this is the scenario. People look at this story and get excited. That's why specs, went from a 80,000 contract short position to a 80,000 long contract position, or close to that. Because this is the story that's building. Production is going down. The next year balance sheet is really looking tight, and prices need to do the work again. In order to make sure that the deficit just doesn't continue to increase. So the next, I think, what we really need to focus on, the time from here, this year specifically for 26-27, what's really going to matter is the Northern Hemisphere crops. And the Northern Hemisphere crops, the three biggest ones are China, India, and the US. Right? Those three are by far the larger ones, and what they do or how their crop progresses is going to really determine the path of how high can prices go, or whether they, make a corrective move. So for China, we've had several scares of high temperatures and all that, but I think in general, China today so far is looking okay. It's not too bad. I think it's reasonably placed. India, we all know the story. We had a bad start in June. July made up a lot of it. There was good rains in July. August so far has been a little below average, but I think the real question will be how things pan out in September and whether there's enough water for the crop to really progress well. So the next 2.5 months are really going to determine which side the supply shapes up. But I think the biggest game changer is going to be West Texas. We just need to realize that when we talk about the benchmark for cotton prices, which is ICE, it's really a US price that they are trying to solve. And Texas is such a big swing factor that can really change how big or small the overall US crop is. And so far, Texas is not doing so good. During the planting time, it got a much needed rain, which was very, very important and needed. But since then, the weather has not been cooperating. The crop conditions been going down, and the weather forecast, although there's bits and pieces of rains, it's really more or less dry. There's not much rains there. And the West Texas region needs rains very desperately right now. And these are all the things that the specs see, right? I mean, the supply is not really getting better. The West Texas weather, unless that improves, it means that the US crop is going to get smaller from what USDA has at 13.6. And if that gets smaller, the prices will need to do the work to make sure that US just cannot continue to export cotton out. So this is the other thing that I think we all really need to pay attention to, and this is the policy push. And this is, when we talk or look at what the spec behavior is, everyone is focusing on these big macro themes, right? Because one is BACA. I mean, I'm sure everyone has heard about it. It is the Buying American Cotton Act. It's still not an act. It's like being pushed currently in the Congress. But whenever it comes, what it does have the incentive or the potential to do is to increase the demand for US cotton back into the US significantly. And what that means is that even at uncompetitive prices for US cotton versus the rest of the world, be Brazilian, West African, Australian, people will still have the incentive to buy US cotton to make products so that they can ship it back to the US. So this is whenever that comes, it really creates a demand back for that US cotton to be used so that people can ship their goods back to the US. And the buyers of that product can get that incentive back from the government. And then there is this Section 301 tariffs, and there is talk about these tariffs where, if we can link these tariffs back to the fact that if you buy a US product, then you'll get a relief in that tariff that is being charged to you. So again, both these things really are from a policy side, creating demand for US cotton, which can still sustain even though the US might not be priced comparatively. And what that means is that the US price, which is the benchmark, ICE benchmark, can continue to go up if all these things happen. And the rest of the world really has to price itself accordingly. The relative values of everything else can be cheap. And this is the other thing, of course, everyone is focused on that. The reserve continues to sell. The Chinese government continues to sell. The demand, China needs cotton, right? And quota is restricted. But then the government has stepped in terms of offering its reserve out to its people. And so far, it's being 100% bought. Daily, whatever is offered is bought because China needs it. But then this is not really a addition of supply. I mean, it is an addition of supply of cotton in China, but eventually this will be coming back to the rest of the world because the reserve is going to replenish that. Reserve is going to come back, or the Chinese government is going to come back and replenish these stocks from the rest of the world, which is going to mean that they'll buy more US cotton or Brazilian cotton or something else, but they will replenish it. So whatever they are selling into China is going to come back and be bought from the rest of the world. So trying to conclude a little bit, there's too much going on this slide, so just focus maybe on the right side. The thing is, so far we've seen like prices worked, right? Prices went into the low 60s. They gave the signal to the farmer not to grow too much. Consumption got a boost. And we are where we are today, right? So less production, more consumption, prices again moving back up. But as prices move back up, things start looking very interesting for the next year, for the 2027 crop for the Brazilian farmer. The December 27 at 80 cents, the Brazilian farmer is again very happy. So which means that a year out from now, the Brazilian farmer will do whatever they can to plant as much as they can. Of course, yields can still spoil the game, but the point is that they will plant more because at 80 cents, it's 15 cents more. It's like almost 20%, 25% more than what they were getting last year for their cotton. So for them, it's a good deal, and they will continue to plant more in the 27 crop, which means that the prices have a kind of really hard work, cut out work set up for them. Meaning this year, there is really going to be tight. The 26-27 balance sheet is going to be tight. But the next year can be a completely different story. The only way this sustains is if we have this consumption continuing to grow. And it is not a completely unreasonable scenario that the consumption can grow. Because if the blend level change or pickup is real, then there is a lot of potential where the global consumption can actually grow. So that's the question mark that we don't know about. But for the short term, for the 26-27 crop, it's clear. We have the prices were cut out fairly well. Prices need to make sure that passes through the deficit that has been created in 26-27, but 27-28 could be an entirely different thing. So that's all I wanted to talk about from the global perspective. Now, I've been asked to talk a little bit about AI. Now, again, I'm sure everyone has dealt with AI. And, even when I look at AI, it's like it sometimes becomes difficult to say what the hype is really all about. Why everyone is so hooked on to AI and how it really is going to transform everything. From an immediate perspective, like from your own experiential perspective, how does it really matter? So I think the real big game changer for all of us is AI has been there in the past. It was not that AI is something that's very, very new. There was neural networks and there were other stuff that was there, decades ago as well. The real game changer has been the large language model, which gives everyone the ability to just interact with the model and get results. And they don't need to know anything about how to program stuff or how to do this. You ask a question, you get a response. That response is logical. Now, that I think is the biggest change that has happened, which is really kind of catapulted AI reach from into very niche places, niche circles, right into the mainstream, where everyone can start using its power and everyone can multiply the use cases of how they use AI. So that has been the game changer. And that's where all the hype is. Because today, you don't need to know any bit of programming to say, I need to use some optimization or whatever, and I need to build a model. You just ask. So that's the real game changer. And how does AI learn? So AI basically is just like, of course, an algorithm, but it's like workings are hidden. No one knows how it learns. But basically, you collect data, you mark the data, what the data is, and then you train it. You train the model and say, okay, this is the data, and then this is the output. Then try and figure out. It tries to build connections and sees how can I explain that data, a pattern recognition machine, basically. And then once it has some kind of a pattern developed, that's when it deploys and, gets the model working. And AI is already at work in our businesses, in the business that is relevant to us. A lot of the traders, hedge funds are using AI to build models and then deploy their positions automatically. To look at past trends, they don't even know what inputs the model is using to put positions on, and they just deploy it and deploy a particular var to it, a particular value, and then let the model run. In demand and inventory forecasting in the mills and a lot of other businesses, AI using a lot of data that people generate, right? Especially from the the customer point of contact. They generate a lot of data. It's impossible for people to analyze, slice and dice all of that data. But AI has the capability of taking all of that and then kind of figuring out what can work, what cannot work. That's where people have already deployed solutions. Predictive maintenance, sensors on spinning frames, looms, and all that. They can look at a lot of variables and kind of identify where there is going to be a problem before the problem really arises. Some mills are actually using that. And then, this is something probably we all use already, like looking at a lot of intelligence data that you have, all the workflow that you have, emails that you have, and kind of using AI to summarize a lot of what, you don't have a time to go through everything, but then you get a good summary or grasp. Let AI do all the work, collecting, collating data, getting important bits of information that you should not forget, and displaying it to you. And then I think the next game changer is going to be this agentic AI workflow, which is, there'll be agents, so to say, which will be specialized in a particular task, and there'll be AIs who will be managing those agents, which can actually then do separate tasks on their own, and then it combines the data or the output of all these different agents and give you a comprehensive picture. So for example, you can just go and ask AI, okay, I need to optimize my production planning, but I have the apprehension that the cotton that I'll get is this kind, a little bit low mic, given that what I see this year, maybe a little bit low mic. So tell me the optimum process that I do and which are the customers I can engage with with the yarn that I produce from that. So, if you feed all of that data, AI has the potential to start giving you answers for that or about that. So this is where I think the power of this can really explode. Well, so I mean, in summary, I mean, it's AI is not magic. I think, and it's something that is kind of non-avoidable. I think everyone will be exposed to it over time, and I think it's just like the internet, right? I mean, when it started, people were hesitant, not really sure what use cases are. But today, imagining a life without internet is very hard. So I think, we are going in that direction. Eventually, the use cases will build up so much and so fast that I think at one point it'll become so difficult not to be engaging with it. So the earlier we engage with it, the better it is. We start with a clear problem statement. Push your data. Tell the model to look at all the data and make its own pattern recognition, and then be careful about how you utilize the data. I mean, today you can't just blindly trust. I mean, today you have to use that human judgment to see this looks right, this doesn't look right, so I fine tune, blah blah blah. But I think as the pace at which things are evolving over time, the need or requirement for manual checking or being extremely critical about the output will go down. So that's really what I want to talk about. I don't know if you have time for any questions or anything like that, but if anything, yeah, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for that session, Mr. Raman Balla. Please be there to accept our gesture of gratitude from the conference convener, Shri Karan Raheja. May we have you all. With your session, better information, certainly gives us better questions, better judgment, and hopefully better decisions. Thank you for this wonderful enlightenment. Thank you. We've traveled quite a distance this evening. The conference convener, Shri Karan Raheja, will now bring together the key thoughts and insights from day one. Please sum up today's proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we come close to the formal proceedings of day one of the 7th Biennial All India Contract Conference, I would like to extend my warm appreciation to our felicitators and to the recipients of the Lifetime Awards, recognizing individuals whose invaluable contributions to the cotton and textile industry continue to inspire us all. The business session of this conference have been thoughtfully designed to benefit the entire cotton fraternity. They provide an external platform for meaningful discussion, knowledge sharing, and constructive interaction among all stakeholders. But perhaps the most important takeaway from today is that cotton is at interesting crossroads. We are dealing with changing consumer preferences, increasing demands for sustainability and traceability, evolving global trade patterns, and at the same time, the fundamental challenges faced by farmers, ginners, traders, and mills. That is precisely why forums like this are so important. The strength of the Indian Cotton Federation Conference has always been the ability to bring the entire cotton value chain into one platform. And I think today we have again demonstrated that. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would sincerely thank all the esteemed speakers, decision panelists, guests, and delegates for taking time to be with us and making this conference truly memorable. As we embark on a new season, I sincerely wish everyone a phenomenal cotton season, continued prosperity for every stakeholder across the entire value chain. A special word of appreciation to all our sponsors and partners whose support has made this conference possible. And I must acknowledge the tremendous effort of the entire organizing team. A conference of this scale doesn't happen in few days. It is the results of few months of planning, coordination, and hard work of many people behind the scenes. To every member of the committee, thank you. Tomorrow is an equally important day. We have a full program beginning with distinguished guest address, followed by a series of important business sessions covering cotton price discovery, the future of spinning, the new cotton corridor, India's global cotton opportunity, the US and the extra long staple cotton scenario, ginning and the new MSP, digital product passports, and sustainability. So I encourage everyone to be here on time tomorrow and make the most of the discussions. And tonight, there is an opportunity to do something equally important. Step away from the formal sessions, make new connections, and enjoy an evening together. Enjoy the dinner and the music. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Please enjoy the evening. We look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow morning for an exciting day too. Have a wonderful evening. Indian Cotton Federation and Indian Cotton Association Limited are delighted to invite all of you to cocktail and dinner with music. Enjoy your evening.